Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Simply Race, Milton Keynes, and our live coverage of round number 1 of the Simply Race British Championship, starting off here with the Alpine Cup. Round 1, of course, being at Donington Park. The drivers have already gone through qualifying this morning and are getting on the grid and will just about be starting their formation lap for the first of 2 races in the Alpine Cup today, before we move on to the Touring Car Championship later on. So the drivers are moving off for their formation lap now. I'm Dane, Baird, giving you coverage for all of today. And for Alpine Cup, at least, I'm going to be joined by Chris Wilson. Chris, Alpine Cup, nice little slow fun car to start us off. Donington Park, nice little short circuit as well. Great pace to start off the season. What are you expecting from the drivers out there today?
Yeah, good morning, Dane. I think we could be in for a good one with this today, to be honest. From what I've seen from practice and quali, there's a good little group placed together at the front of the pack. They're nice little cars to drive. Everybody seems to be getting on well, and Donington Park always throws up a good race, no matter what you drive. So looking forward to this one.
Yeah, as the drivers will make their way over towards the grid once again, and we will run you through the grid order. It is going to be Adam Christopher on pole position, followed by Ben Brown, then Sean King, Ben Bennyworth, Patrick Horrocks, Max Spooner, Guy Osborne, Anthony Burton, Steve Burton, and Ed Feast is your 10-car grid for this race number 1, as they make their way up towards the final couple of corners, and then we will get this race underway. There we go, then drivers making their way up towards the grid. They'll take their grid positions. We'll see how they all line up. Mostly just pointing straight, so no one taking an aggressive position on the start. Last car into their starting grid. We will get ready to go. Waiting for the lights on the timing gantry. Here we go then. Just a few more seconds until the race starts, and we are green here at round 1 for Donington Park and the Alpine Cup. And it's a good start from the number 7 all the way at the back there. As we take a look up at front, Adam Christopher under threat, Ben Brown around the outside, side by side, through the first couple of corners here, now down through the S's. As they make their way towards the old hairpin, it will be Brown on the outside for it. We'll see if they manage to make their way through cleanly for the inside. And already up into the lead, Ben Brown. And up the inside into the old hairpin as well. There goes Sean King up into second position. Christopher dropping back at the start.
Oh, there was absolutely no hesitation from Brown there. He absolutely had his eyes set on P1 at turn 1. Great run down the hill, and the King to follow him through at the old hairpin. Quality start by everybody there. They've all got through. Oh no, there is a spinner off at the back.
It's Feast. Ed Feast has gone around there. There's been a little bit of contact actually. A couple of cars going really slow, and Feast has just ended up hitting one of the back of the stricken drivers. There was not really much place to go for him. So unfortunate there for Feast. We have got race control and live stewards in all of the races that we will have today. Grant Lyman taking both race control and race steward duties in the Alpine Cup. And Sean King will be doing that race control and race stewarding for the Touring Car Championship as they make their way onto lap number 2 then. 14 lap race in the Alpine Cup. And Brown extending his lead a little bit, about 0.8 of a second now. Slightly extending over Sean King, who is under massive threat here. He's got Christopher right on the back of him as they make their way up towards the hill into the right-hander. And Christopher wants that place back.
I think all this fighting for second, it's really going to help Ben Brown here. He's just going to keep his eye on and go for it, I think, at this point. If he sees that kicking off in his mirror, he's going to be absolutely smiling to himself. Sean's got no choice but to go defensive, and it's just going to allow Ben to just get his lines in and pull away at this point.
Yep, absolutely. And track limits are a big talking point at Donington. Quite strict, and the way that you take a lot of the corners here at Donington means you do end up pushing those limits quite a lot. We've got side by side for second place here. Christopher to the outside and King with a very defensive line all the way on the inside. We'll see if he manages to hold a good exit. He gets all sorts of loose there. Christopher will take that second place.
Classic Donington cut back through turn one. Sean had no choice but to go defensive. It's what you do. But yeah, he just went a little late on the brakes, pushed the car out, and Christopher slid straight underneath him back into P2.
It has to go for the inside for defender. It feels, it goes against every single racing instinct in your body to go to the outside of turn one when you've got a car right behind you looking to make a move on you. But Christopher doing quite well there. He's got quite a big gap to King already there, who's dropping a little bit further back. Ben Bennyworth will be having a look at that number 45 of King very shortly, I'm sure, as they make their way up towards the final chicane now. And that gap up in front, 1.5 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that and see if Christopher has the pace to try and catch up to Brown. But Brown's line through the chicane seems to be pretty good because he's just gained about half a second in those two corners alone. Let's have a look a little bit further back and see if we've got any big battles going on. I think most of the field being separated, as you can see there, down the main straight by a similar margin of about 7/10 of a second. We have a little bit of a look further back then. We'll have a look at Ben Bennyworth as he tries to catch up to Sean King there. He's also got Max Spooner just behind him, but plenty of time still left in this race for things to happen, as I think we have got a side-by-side here, and it was a move being made by Burton. He's just run a little bit wide, and there goes Guy Osborne up into 7th place, and he'll go off into the distance, and that speed that Burton is not going to be carrying. There goes Steve Burton up the inside, all over the grass. They're going to go side by side up and towards the next corner. The cutback being made by Steve Burton, and it's just not going to work out for him. He's not quite got the speed. He won't be able to get up the inside for the next right either.
That's good scrapping there. Racing drivers will fight over every place. It doesn't matter if it's at the front or near the back. These two guys are clearly going for it. First race of the season, you want to make your mark.
As they make their way down through the start-finish line again. The gap up at the top, still about 2 seconds or so. But we have got a half a second gap between Sean King and Ben Bennyworth. Ben trying to catch up. He's maybe caught up a little bit of time there. Spooner just hanging on to the back of these two. And the two Burtons, Anthony and Steve, still there in 8th and 9th. Separated by about half a second between the two of them. We'll have a look at this battle for 3rd position then. King leading Bennyworth, leading Spooner.
Yeah, I think this one could rage on for a fair few laps yet, Dane. All these guys were quick in practice. They're all quick in qualifying. There's not too much to separate them pace-wise. So I think it's just how much pressure Bennyworth can apply to Sean as to whether he can force a way through, or if Sean can just focus on what's in front of him and get his head down. He's definitely got the pace.
Yeah, he definitely does have quite a lot of pace, and this is a good opportunity for him now. King will have to go defensive once again. So we'll see Bennyworth move towards the outside. A very late move there. Side by side and towards turn number 1 for 3rd position. Bennyworth trying to go to the outside, trying to get the cutback. Does get the cutback. A bit of contact, and all this around Ed Feast, and it looks like Ben Brown. Brown's around as well. There's been contact potentially into turn 1. Brown all the way down in 4th place. He'll keep dropping down, which means Christopher inherits the race lead. But look at that. Bennyworth and King right up there. We've got top 3 cars separated by a second.
There must have been something with a back marker there. There had to be. It sent cars off. I think that Spooner's car's done about 3 flips there and landed the wrong way around. That's dire.
Yeah, and it's taken out Ben Brown as well. So I'm not sure if there was contact or if it was just trying to avoid a car. But Brown definitely losing a ton of time, down to 5th position now as well, from the race lead, about 2 seconds of a race lead as well. But it was Ed Feast, the car being lapped, that ended up making some contact there as we've got Ben Brown up the inside into the chicane. He's going to make up a position and get back up into 4th place. Then another move being made there as well. Guy Osborne getting a good exit, trying to make a secondary move and push Patrick Horrocks a little bit further down the order. He'll swap to the inside now in towards turn 1. Is he going to be late on the brakes? Late on the brakes. A little bit of contact. And they're just about going to be able to go on in a straight line, but definite some contact there.
Yeah, you could see that one coming for a while. He's gone for the late switch to the inside. The car in front's gone to shut the door on him. 2 don't go into 1, and they've just met in the middle.
As they make their way through once again. Through the right hand, a little bit loose on the rear of the car there for Osborne, but look at the speed he's able to carry out of all the corners. He's looking left and right to try and make a move on Horrocks somewhere. Just needs to get a good exit out of one of the corners. Try and make a send on Horrocks just in front. We've got another little battle going on between the Burtons once again. Steve still trying to get past Anthony in that battle. But all the way out in front, Adam Christopher, he's built up a bit of a gap again. So he lost a bit of time, probably avoiding that turn 1 incident. But he's managing to extend that lead ever so slightly there. And Bennyworth doing the same to Sean King too, who's dropping back a little bit further as well. Casterized back to Osborne and Horrocks.
Yeah, I think with that lead group now, they've got a little bit of gap between all of them. Obviously, Chris has been gifted back the race lead, and those front 3, they're a little spaced out now, and I think they'll just be looking to obviously bang the laps in fast as they can, and just see as the race goes on who's got the little bit extra each lap, and see if any of these gaps can close up.
Here they go then, just a couple of corners left of this lap. We are on lap 8 of 14. As we cast our eyes forward to Adam Christopher going around the final corner, then he will start lap 9 of 14. As the field starts to spread out once again. Just looking a little bit further back at Ben Brown, he's got a 2-second gap to the car in front, which is Sean King. See if he's going to be able to catch up in the remaining 4, 5, 6 laps that he's got to try and close down that gap. But Christopher just extending that lead out in front, 2 seconds now.
Yeah, I think from Ben Brown's position now, he's sat waiting for the others to make a mistake. Those front 4 are so spread out and they were so even through quali and practice. I think it's whoever makes the mistake will gift it to the others, but other than that, it could be tough work for those guys to move positions now.
A little bit of a mistake there from Anthony Burton, and Steve is going to get past them. Now he's got Max Spooner just behind as well, battle for 8th position. Making their way through the penultimate corner now, and down on the straight towards the final chicane. As the leaders will start lap number 10 of 14 here. Still spreading out once again.
You can see Spooner pushing really hard here to get himself back up the field after that massive accident early on. Really loose through the last chicane. He's obviously probably got a little bit more anger in him than he did before, and he's working really hard to try and get some points out of this race now. Yep, definitely not the start to the season that he would have hoped for. He's doing quite nicely actually up there in 5th position. Was just right on the back of King and Bennyworth going side by side. That battle for 3rd. So it wasn't a really good position until that incident happened there, and now he's trying to get into 8th position. You'll see here he will move to the right hand side, a little bit of a dip into the grass. He's not going to be able to make it this time, and now through the right hander he'll try and get a good exit. It's not quite going to work out for him. He has got a couple of laps left in the race to try and make a move. Just needs to be a little bit patient there. Yeah, I think he might have been better placed there just to try and tuck into the car in front, gain a little bit of toe down this back straight we're on now, and then perhaps stick a nose in at the chicane and try a move there. But he's got time. He'll figure it out.
as Ben Brown has caught right up to Sean King and is actually almost making a move here. Was there a mistake being made by King as Brown gets through up into that third position there, down the S's in towards the old hairpin? So I'm not too sure exactly what's happened there.
There must have been a mistake from King to allow that gap to close up that quickly. They were all so even on pace. I can't see that Brown would have been able to do that just within a lap or so. There must have been a mistake that we haven't seen, but it's helped Ben with his recovery drive, and it just adds a little bit more frustration on King's race so far.
There goes Spooner up into 8th position as well. Anthony Burton running a little bit wide out of the old hairpin. And just allowing Spooner to cut back and get a good run up the hill in towards the right hand. That makes the move done before he's even managed to reach the braking zone there. As they'll make their way, the leaders, to start lap number 12. So 3 laps to go for the drivers as they cross the line this time by. And Christopher maintaining that advantage out in front for now, but it is slowly starting to crumble as potentially the tyre wear is enabled, of course. Potentially the tyres not being his best friend there as Bennyworth closing in a little bit.
Yeah, you can see Bennyworth's working hard now just to try and close that gap best he can. Still thinking, well, we've only a couple of laps to go. He's still going to be hoping for a mistake from the other car, but it's...
Stopping on track is Bennyworth. A couple drivers having some issues there. It looks like potentially some technical issues. Bennyworth was up in 2nd position. Christopher is still leading, and Brown has inherited 2nd place, but we'll wait and see what race control decides. Red flag in the session. Race control has decided, as the drivers will stop on the circuit here. As we await to see what race control's decision is, it looks like a couple of drivers potentially have dropped out of the session. Yeah. As it looks like 3 of the drivers have dropped out of the service, so we'll see what race control can do about this, as the drivers will line up in their order. So race control just discussing with the drivers what the course of action should be. And I'm sure a couple of incidents will be being looked at as well by race control and the race steward team. And a decision has been made of the incident that we saw at turn 1 that took out pretty much the top 4 drivers and really mixed things up there at the front. Ed Feast, the back marker, he will get a penalty for that. He'll drop to the back of the grid for race number 2. In 10th position, he would take reverse grid pole for that race, but he will be starting that race from the back. The penalty for causing all of those collisions at turn 1. Just a massive chain reaction there. He has been deemed at fault for that. So it seems that we will not be restarting break number 1, as we just await a decision from Race Control. We'll go to a short break here just as we get some more information, but we will be back with the news and back with race number 2 in just a bit. Well, welcome back, everybody. We are here back for race number 2 at Donington for the Alpine Cup as part of the Simply Race British Championships. Race 1 ended in a red flag. We did not restart the race. We ended it based on the results of the end of lap 11, as all the issues happened during lap 12. So, the race results for race 1, as decided by race control, were... We had Adam Christopher, Adam Christopher, Ben Bennyworth, Ben Brown. Then we had Sean King, Patrick Horrocks, Guy Osborne, Steve Burton, Max Spooner, and Anthony Burton. Finally, Edward Feast. We had a top 10 reverse grid, so that is why the order is completely flipped, except for Edward Feast, who did get a penalty for an incident on the beginning of lap 4, which did affect the top 4 or 5 drivers in the race at the time. So he'll be starting the race from 10th position. Formation lap just getting over and done with here, and we will begin race number 2, 14 laps once again. But this time the drivers that are quicker in the championship have a little bit more work to do, as they line up on the grid, and we just wait for the timing, for the starting gantry lights to come on. Here we go. And we're green for race number 2, and it's a good start there from Max Spooner in second position. He's already going to be alongside and almost into the lead of the race as they make their way through turn number 1 now, round the outside. It's almost a carbon copy of what we saw in race number 1. The car on the outside, getting a good run down the S's, but he's not going to be able to make it work. And it looks like Ben Brown off in the background as well. They'll single file their way at the front, down towards the old hairpin for the first time. It's too wide a bit further back, as it looks like Christopher and Brown going side by side, and Christopher making a bit of contact there as well. Feast off in the background, and we make our way into the S's up the hill now as well. Spooner to the outside, to the inside now, trying to make up into the lead, a little bit sideways for Burton. Spooner will take the lead, and here comes Osborne for second. As they go up through the right-hander there, side by side, Osborne and Burton. And Osborne's going to get that position. And here comes Sean King, looking for 4th position as they make contact. Bennyworth into the back of him, and King off into the barriers on the left-hand side. King will drop to the back of the field. Bennyworth drops down as well. And it looks like we've got Brown and Bennyworth swapping positions too. Brown up into 4th position. Big contact there at the end of lap number 1 in the field now. Single file. Here comes Ben Brown to the inside of turn 1 on Anthony Burton as he tries to make up a position into 3rd place, and he will get that move done.
A lot of drama on that opening lap there, and still kicking off now as we come down the hill. There's still a lot going on. There's cars all over the place. I think the incident with King, I think there's a lack of spatial awareness from one of the cars around him, and he's just moved him across the track and spun him off there. I don't think it was his fault at all.
Well, here we go then. They're almost going to go side by side. This is Bennyworth on Burton, trying to make a move up here. He'll just have to tuck inside and try and get a good exit. He has to watch out for Christopher behind him. Race number 1 winner. Definitely had a lot of pace, although Brown was the leader of the race before that incident with Feast in towards turn number 1. As we make our way back down the back straight again, here comes Christopher on Bennyworth. He's going to look to the inside for the chicane, a little bit of a defensive move, but he'll stick to the outside line as they enter the braking zone. Up the inside goes Christopher. A little bit of contact is made between the two of them, and Bennyworth is dropping all the way down the field here. You can see he's got Horrocks up alongside him as well. Horrocks to the outside, and he will make that move up into P6 as well. So Bennyworth losing a couple positions there.
Yeah, that was some hard racing down into that last chicane. Bristol maybe went in a little bit hot. There was a little contact, but I'm sure it'll be fine in the long run. But I can't imagine Bennyworth being best pleased with it.
Side by side now, Osborne and Ben Brown. Brown making that move up into 2nd position. He sets his eyes firmly on Max Spooner up ahead, a 1.5 second gap to the leader for Brown. And that'll be the next car he has in his sights, trying to regain the race lead that he held at the beginning of race number 1. As the field not spreading out just yet, another move being made a little bit further back as they almost went side by side there between Horrocks and Bennyworth. Bennyworth trying to get a good run now. He's got some speed, but he won't be close enough to make a move into the chicane. Osborne hanging on to the back of Ben Brown there. He's not dropping back just yet, but they're already closing in massively on Max Spooner. Just a second is the gap up there at the front now. And Christopher, he's now looking for fourth position there. He goes to the outside. Later on the brakes, trying to hold a bit more speed. He's locked up a little bit there though, I think. And he moves to the inside. He cuts back in line. As is there some drama going on here? I think there was. You could hear some shouts in the background, as I think it was Sean King and Ed Feast having a bit of an altercation there as well, making their way through turn number 1. As just looking through the field, here comes Christopher looking for that move on Burton. As Brown starts to pull away and catch up to the leader, he knows that if he wants to get up onto the podium there, he's going to have to make some moves quite quickly. Otherwise, he'll just be stuck in this pack, and Brown will go off into the distance there.
Yeah, I think Brown's got a score to settle after the first race. Obviously, he had a good lead. Not his fault he got wiped out of that lead. So I think now he's just trying to prove that he is capable of winning that race, and he's going to go flat out after Spooner now. He's down to 4 attempts now. He's catching him at an alarming rate, and all this time you've got Christopher caught up trying to get through traffic, because he's got the pace as well. But the longer it takes him to get past these cars, it's just going to compromise his race. And he's had a bit of a slide there, trying to push his way through the pack.
Yeah, and Burton got a little bit loose there on the exit, and that's allowed Christopher to get through. So up into 4th place for him now. Just one car between him and Brown, but is that going to change very soon? Because only 0.2 of a second is the gap now between Brown and Spooner. He's catching at an alarming rate now around the outside through the left-hander, who have the inside for the right-hander. Deep on the brakes there. Brown moves up into the race lead in race number 2, lap 5. He's got 10 laps now to try and hold on to that for the end. As Christopher's just got past Osborne in the background as well. You saw it there in the shot. Osborne a little bit slow through the right-hander, not getting a good exit. Christopher up into the podium positions there. Race 1 winner, of course. And further back, you've got Horrocks trying to make a move on Burton. Burton pole position in this race, reverse grid pole. And he's under fire now, looking to drop back into 6th position. But he holds on to that top 5 for now.
Yeah, a lot of movement on that lap. Everybody's really gunning for it hard now. Looked like there was a car off at the back there, quite spectacularly, but seems to have been carrying on going forwards here. But yeah, now, ooh, bit of door banging going on here now.
Yeah, it was a bit of a loose moment there for Horrocks, and he just got into the side of Burton. And Burton now under big pressure from Bennyworth, who's caught up once again. And he'll try and get a good exit here. He actually is going to get quite a good exit. Try and tuck into the draft up the hill. Not even halfway through the race yet, so still plenty of time for him to make this move, but I think he has his eyes a little bit further up the field.
Yeah, he's gonna want to get back up the sharp end of this as quick as he can. You know, he knows Christopher will pull away from him if he gets held up too long. Brown will just extend his lead now. He's got clean air in front of him, and Bennyworth's really got to get this move done if he wants a chance of a podium here.
Yep, he's really close here, just about a car length separating the two of them. He moves towards the inside. He's not going to be able to be close enough to make a move, though, as they make their way through the chicane, and they'll start lap number 7 here. As he gets a good exit, actually, he's going to be able to hold that outside line, moving to the left side of the circuit, the driver's left. He'll pull ahead as they make their way into the braking zone, but late on the brakes for Burton. He's going to have to go for the switchback here that we saw so many times in race number 1, but that was defended pretty well by Burton. They just parked his car in the middle of the circuit. No way for Bennyworth to get through, and he has to stick with 6th position for now.
I was going to say, Burton did well to stop that car and plant it on the apex, because all day long, that's a classic cutback coming his way from Bennyworth, but he's done it down. He's got a better run now. He's going to go right around the outside of him here.
Yep, he absolutely is, and already ahead before they reach the left-hand kink into the braking zone, so good move there from Bennyworth. Finally getting past Burton after a couple of laps of attempts. As Horrocks off in the background there, you can just see him sliding. He's managed to catch that though, lovely save for him. As they'll make their way onto the back straight once again. And we've completed halfway race distance now as well. Ben Brown crossing the line, and he will start lap number 8 here, out in front. Taking a look at the gaps to field, spreading out once again as, oh, Burton going off the circuit, and there goes Horrocks up the inside, getting the switch back. As Burton has to slow right down to actually make it through the corner. But was it an illegal pass off the circuit? It was, and Horrocks has had to give the position back. So I think this battle we'll be seeing for a little bit longer.
Yeah, these guys are fighting hard now. Obviously, it must have been deemed as an illegal move and had the message up on his screen to tell him to let the other car back past. But Burton's pulled a little bit of a gap since he regained that place, actually. He's pulled a good few tenths there, so hopefully he can just get his head down and... Oh, there's a spinner there.
Steve Burton has got around in sector 1, that's turn 1. And Ed Feast has actually got up into 9th position because of that. He'll make his way up into 9th position. And we will see Sean King in 8th position at the moment. 5 seconds is the gap between him and Horrocks, who is in this little battle with Burton. He's dropped back ever so slightly now over the last lap or so. But he's got to watch out, because King definitely one of the faster drivers in the championship, you'd have to say. And 5 seconds, 5 laps to go. Definitely possible for him to try and catch up a bit, especially if Horrocks made a couple more mistakes there.
Yeah, definitely. I was just watching the timing screens out the corner of my eye. It looks like Christopher is starting to reel in Spooner now. So we could be getting a scrap for 2nd place on our hands any minute now. He's got enough laps to do it. It's just how hard Max will be able to defend him, really.
As he is catching on at an alarming rate. We'll ride on board here with Christopher. You can see that Spooner just in front. A little bit loose as he makes his way to the right now through the right-hander. Is he going to get a good exit? He loves this move into the chicane. He's not going to be close enough this time by, but you can see maybe 2 car lengths separating the 2 drivers now as they make their way down the back straight. He'll have 5 laps to try and get past Spooner here. Spooner with a bit of a defensive line, a bit of a tighter line. He's actually going to lose a lot of exit speed here. Christopher is going to be able to make a move here as we cut now. He looks to the inside. He prefers that to the outside line. He's going to try and make a lunge up the inside. No, he's not. He'll stay behind. But like I said, still 5 laps for him to try and make that move. As all Spooner doesn't get a good exit there, and Christopher has to drop back a little bit as the track tightens up there.
I honestly thought he was going to go for it into turn 1 there. He had it all set up, but he decided to back out of it for now and take another look at Max and see where he can get past him potentially. But he's got so much extra speed out the corners, especially through this midsection of the lap. He's absolutely all over him.
He is. Less than a tenth of a second was the gap between them as they made their way up the hill into the braking zone. Christopher looking for the cutback, and he is going to be able to make it here. He's a big defensive block by Spooner, and is that going to hinder him here through the exit? Because Christopher loves getting a good exit here and making that dive into the chicane. He's going to come out of the corner now. We'll ride on board with Christopher and see. He is gaining. He's going to pull to the inside. Is he going to be able to make that pass? He looks up the inside. He does send the move, but it's going to be blocked by Spooner, and he won't be able to move up to 2nd position just yet. Now he's dropped back slightly. He'll have to regain and regroup.
He needs to pick his spot and commit to it. All these half-hearted moves, he's costing himself time and tyres, because you can see how hard he's locking the brakes to bail out of these moves at the last possible second. He needs to pick his spot on Spooner and absolutely commit to it. Obviously, not go firing in out of nowhere, but he needs to decide where he's best and just make sure his car's alongside.
A little bit of a wide line for Spooner there. Tightening up his entry, and there is his exit poor, and here's Christopher's chance to make a move up into 2nd position. They'll be side by side, a big squeeze by Spooner, and is he going to be able to make the move up the inside? He sends it up the inside. Oh, and he locks up a little bit. Spooner a bit loose as well, luckily for Christopher, and he is now up into 2nd place there. Big send up there, but just having to wait for that slight error from Spooner.
Yeah, that was a gift from Spooner. Christopher would have been mad not to absolutely go for that, and he did rightly. Yeah. He knew he had to get past him, and instantly, just from that manoeuvre, he's already pulled a couple of attempts on him, and he's got a clear track now to go for it. Let's
cast our eyes back a little bit further in the field. Burton still chasing Horrocks here, as Horrocks has got past them. 0.8 of a second is the gap between these two drivers. And all of that battling, by the way, has brought Bennyworth into things here. Because he's in 4th position, he was chasing them. And now all of that battling side by side, the defensive moves, going slow on the apex, has just brought them back slower and slower into the clutches of Ben Bennyworth here, who's definitely caught up. And he's got a couple of laps now to try and make a move up into that podium position.
Yeah, I think Spooner's going to have to make his Alpine one of the widest we've ever seen to hold Bennyworth off the late charge here. They're scrapping over that 3rd place on the podium. They'll both desperately want it. It's, yeah, Spooner's going to have to put on his top defensive game. If Bennyworth can get close enough, he will have a pop at it, I'm sure of it.
We're right on board with Ben Bennyworth here in 4th position. Looking ahead at Spooner and Christopher. Just slowly catching. As you can see in the bottom right corner of the screen, the delta to the car in front, about a second. We'll see through the chicane, he's gaining, and he's gaining all the way down the straight as well. 0.6 of a second between him and Spooner, but he's only going to have 2 laps now to try and make some kind of move. He has to catch up first. It's going to be tight. I don't think he's going to be able to do it.
I would just point out as well, Christopher's not pulled away quite as fast as I thought he would have from Spooner. I don't know if he's really cooked his tyres making those moves earlier in the race, but I thought he would have gapped him by now. But he's not. Spooner's hanging on to him, and all of a sudden a fight for 3rd. This could turn into a 3-way for 2nd.
It was a big old slide for him as he made the move on Spooner in the first place. So just a lap ago, cooking the tyres at least temperature-wise. So yeah, definitely right there. He's not got the grippiest tyres under that Alpine. As we're effectively into uncharted territory for the drivers as well. They never got to this point in race number 1. They never got to lap 13, so the tyres are going to be more worn than they're used to in these final couple of laps. But Ben Brown up in front, absolutely dominant from him there. As he's eased off the pace a little bit, and he is starting to slow down quite a bit. Whether that's just to be safe, or his tyres are just that gone, we'll have to wait and see. But he's lost about 2 seconds over the last couple of laps, and he's still dropping down. But final lap of the race for him.
Surely at this point, he's just got to be seeing out to the finish. He's had so much clear track all race. I can't see he would have overcooked tyres out on his own. He's just been able to pick his lines and get his times in. I think he's just making sure he brings this one home at this point.
Just a few corners left for him now. Oh, Bennyworth and Spooner are very close here. Spooner has obviously made a bit of an error. He's dropped back off of Christopher, and Bennyworth is right on his tail now. Could end up seeing a move into the final chicane for that final podium position. He just needs to get a good exit now out of it. We'll see what happens here. Is there's just a car length between the two of them. Bennyworth is going to go all the way wide. As we ride on board with him now, he's not going to be close enough to make.
It'll have to be a very big lunge from back there to pull that one off. I just don't think he's going to.
And here now, across the line, Ben Brown is going to take the win in race number 2 of the first round of the season here at Donington Park for the Simply Raced British Championships Alpine Cup. A deserved victory there. Probably deserved to win race number 1 as well. But that incident not allowing him to do so. Patrick Horrocks there. And Osborne quite close over the line as well. Only 0.2 of a second worth of a gap over the line for them. As Osborne in 5th position, taking a top 5 performance for Guy Osborne on his competitive debut. As we wait for the final couple of drivers just to finish. And we will get the full race results up on screen in a second. There's little bit of contact being made there after the race for the drivers, but no harm done there at all, as there it is. As we will get the race results up on the screen now. As these are the unofficial race results, there are still penalties that could be applied. We did see a couple of incidents in the race, especially in the beginning, especially that big one at the beginning with Bennyworth and Sean King. Sean King never able to recover from that. But here are the unofficial race results then. Ben Brown taking the win in race number 1. I don't think there can be any disputes about that. I think he kept himself pretty clean throughout. And Christopher taking 2 top 2 positions in the first 2 races of the championship here, winning race number 1, now second here in race number 2. Max Spooner holding on to that podium position until the very end. Ben Bennyworth unable to do so, and in 4th position provisionally. There is some dispute going on at the moment about that incident on lap number 1. Guy Osborne in 5th position. Good result for Guy. Patrick Horrocks not able to make up that 5th position right at the very end. Just 0.2 of a second, the gap between them. Then we had Anthony Burton and Sean King, Steve Burton and Ed Feast rounding out your top 10. Still some discussion going on there, as we have got quite a few of the Touring Car Championship drivers arriving at the venue now, as we will be back with that action in not too long from now, as we start to get set up for the main event of the Simply Race British Championship. Nearly a full grid for the Touring Car Championship as well. New hybrid rules as well. It's going to make things very interesting. Chris, you're driving in that, so what are you expecting for the first round after watching the drivers, some of the touring car drivers in this as well, in the first Alpine round? What are you thinking is going to happen here for the touring cars?
Well, there's a fair chunk of the touring car grid that I've raced with for previous seasons in the touring cars. It won't fail to give some hard racing. There'll be a bit of elbows out, which you expect nothing less from the touring cars. In regards to the new rules, it's all a little bit of a step into the unknown for all of us. We've not run them in race conditions yet, so we've all had our practice and everyone seems at a good pace. But, you know, when the lights go out, we just don't know what's going to happen yet, but I can guarantee it. I think it'll be an absolute crack at the top.
Yeah, and with those hybrid rules, the way that the hybrid system works, where you get an allocation for the race and you can use as much of that as you want whenever you want, what do you think your strategy is going to be? Are you going to try and save it for the end, or are you just going to use it evenly throughout? What are you thinking?
I'm still a little bit undecided, to be honest. I did a lot of my practice running without hybrid, so I was just getting used to the car itself. I think the hybrid does have its benefits. If you have got a car right up behind you, or likewise you've got one right on your front bumper, pushing it down that back straight, it does give you enough of a run down to the chicane that you can get alongside someone. But I think otherwise, I'll have to base it off qualifying, to be honest, Dane.
As we get ready for the Touring Car Championship to start, that's going to be starting a little bit later on, but we are going to go for a break now on the broadcast. We'll see you in just a bit for the qualifying session for the Touring Car Championship. We'll see you in a bit. Well, a very good morning, afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Simply Race. We are going live for our Touring Car Championship. We had the Alpines earlier on today, and now we're ready for the main event. 13 drivers here for the first round at Donington Park once again. And the drivers have a couple of new challenges. Brand new cars. We've got the current British Touring Car Championship cars as well, which means we've also got hybrid for the first time in the Simply Race Touring Car Championship. So the drivers have just gone through qualifying. You can see the qualifying results up on the screen at the moment. And they will all have different levels of hybrid energy to use throughout today's event, based on their qualifying performance. So Callum Cripps up on pole position. Well, he is going to have a little bit less hybrid to use than anybody else on the circuit. That goes all the way down to 11th position at Colin Talbot. And then from 11th onwards, they'll all have the same full allocation of 15 seconds per lap. So we're just waiting to get going then, and we'll have a look at the starting grid for today's event. We have 3 races. The first race, you can see the grid on the screen there. And then second race will have a grid depending on the results of race number 1, with race number 3 having a reverse grid based on the results of race number 2. That reverse grid will be between 6 and 12 places, depending on a random draw. So watch out for those positions 6 to 12. Any one of them could end up on reverse grid pole position, subject to penalties, of course. We do have live race control and live stewarding. Race control being done by our very own Grant Lyman, and stewarding being done by Sean King, as the drivers will make their way up and onto their formation lap. As Callum Cripps will lead them out onto the circuit. Lewis Manley in 2nd position. Adam Christopher in 3rd. Jack Ashton in 4th. Max Spooner starts in 5th alongside Nathan Burton in P6. Then Ben Brown, Chris Wilson, Lee Connell and Ben Bennyworth round out the top 10. Colin Talbot, Michael Tyler and Shamak Glodek will round out the rest of your 13-car grid for this afternoon's event. As the drivers make their way around onto the formation lap. Just a minute left until we will start to get green for the first time. Expecting good things. We've got 4 different cars on offers for the drivers in the championship as well. We've got the Infiniti that Callum Cripps is using. That is rear-wheel drive, Infiniti Q50. Followed by the Toyota Corolla, being run by Lewis Manley, amongst others. Then we've got the Hyundai i30 touring car, also front-wheel drive. Adam Christopher representing that one in P3. And then P4, we have Jack Ashton in the Ford Focus. So those are the 4 cars that we've got. All of them front-wheel drive except the Infiniti, which is rear-wheel drive. So keep an eye out for your favourite manufacturer as we make our way through today's event to see how they compete. As we see Lewis Manley there making his way to the grid, right on board with Callum Cripps as he tried to get some heat into the tyres, and he'll line up on the inside on the front row of the grid. But as we saw in the Alpine Championship, not always the most optimal position to start. Around the outside, you can get quite a good launch. And often we will see side by side for the beginning of the races. Well, we are going to get started then. Last driver lined up on the back of the grid. The drivers are ready. We wait for the lights on the starting gantry. Here we go then. And we're green for the first time in 2022 with the Simply Race Touring Car Championship, and it is a fantastic start for Callum Cripps. He leads heading in towards turn number 1. Manley has to get on the defensive with Adam Christopher, who just about manages to make it up alongside, but Manley will hold on to that 2nd position, and Cripps onto the hybrid system already. As Manley just behind. Has there been an incident further back? I think there has been. And oh, that is Connell all the way off in the background. You can see him spinning around there in his Ford Focus. A couple drivers off the circuit, it seems. There's a bit of carnage going on. Adam Christopher's been involved as well. Adam Christopher down now in towards P12. But up in front, Callum Cripps, he's already got a lead of almost a second now, back onto the hybrid again. As we'll try and keep track of that, more carnage going on in the background as there's all chaos breaking loose. His cars off the circuit, left, right and centre. So we look at Colin Talbot trying to get past Michael Tyler there. And up just ahead of them, we've got Nathan Burton as well. All of these drivers trying to make their way through now, through the last chicane for the very first time. Track limits being a big talking point this weekend as well. As they cross the line, your leader, Callum Cripps, still out in front. Lewis Manley in second, about 0.3 of a second behind. Followed by Jack Ashton about a second further back from them. He's made his way up into third position into the podium places after that incident involving Adam Christopher, who is still running, but is 14 seconds back off the leaders now. You'll see the drivers as they use their hybrid system. The way it works is you get an allocation per lap, 15 seconds per lap. The number of laps that you get depends on your qualifying position. The better you do, the lower amount of hybrid that you'll get over the race. But you can use that hybrid at any point. It's not limited to 15 seconds each lap. So you could use all of your hybrid right at the beginning or leave it all until the very end. So we'll keep an eye on that, and you can see when the drivers do end up using it as it pops up on the overlay there. There's a bit of an off there further back. So it looks like Max Spooner going side by side with Ben Brown. Battle for fourth position here. Brown trying to move up into that fourth position. Side by side, Brown around the outside, and he's not going to be able to make that one stick. He's not going to get a good enough exit to get a run down the S's either. On lap 3 of 16 now. And the gap between Cripps and Manley still only 0.3 of a second. Manley following very closely as we ride on board with him now. He's going to go side by side now. They're making contact, door banging down the straight as they make their way up to the right-hander. Side by side, Manley to the inside for the race lead, and he will take it as Cripps has to cede the position. Down into second position he goes, and Manley leads the race for the first time. This is allowing Jack Ashton to catch up in the Ford Focus by Fordzilla. And we've got the top three all separated by just 0.6 of a second now, as they come up to the final corner now to start lap number 4. As we'll look a little bit further back now as well. And take a look at Adam Christopher, who is just behind Lee Connell. You can see him there as they make their way through turn number 1. He's moved up into 11th position. He's just got past Nathan Burton now. Battle going on just a little bit ahead as well. Talbot trying to get past Gladek. As we'll take a look at Talbot here now, just a couple tenths of a second behind Gladek in the bright pink Ford Focus as they make their way through here now. Callum Cripps has dropped back another position up in front as well. Jack Ashton now up into second place as well. As we keep an eye on this group of 4 drivers. Gladek, Talbot, we've got Connell just behind as well. And then Christopher just behind us. Talbot's going to make a move up the inside. Bit of contact being made there as well, and they're almost 3 wide on the exit. Talbot has to be a bit careful here, as Connell's going to be pushing him down the main straight, and Talbot's got that move stuck. Now it's Connell versus Gladek as they make their way side by side in towards turn number 1. And Connell's going to take both of them. He's up the inside of Talbot as well. And he'll take that 8th position. Talbot back down into 9th then. As now it looks like Jack Ashton and Lewis Manley closing in right up at the front of the field. The gap slowly starting to close in. As we take a look here now, a couple of drivers going off. It looks like it might have been Nathan Burton causing some yellow flags in the second sector. Dropping back ever so slightly, but up in the front. Here's Ashton now. Gaining massively, he moves to the outside. Defensive line by Manley. Ashton round the outside through turn number 1. A little bit of contact being made between the two of them, but Ashton's going to have a good run on the outside. Gets on the hybrid and he moves up into the first position. Third race leader so far here in race number 1. It's now Callum Cripps. Wants to have a go at Manley as well. Wants to get back up into second position here. And we'll ride on board with Callum Cripps here for a lap. And take you around this beautiful Donington Park circuit. Through the final chicane here. As the field starts to spread out ever so slightly. 0.4 of a second is the gap between Cripps and Manley at the moment. 10 laps to go here in race number 1. Jack Ashton leads with a 0.6 gap to Lewis Manley just behind. And then Callum Cripps, who we are riding on board with at the moment. Ben Brown and Chris Wilson round out your top 5 drivers. A little bit further back, Adam Christopher is having a little bit of a look at Lee Connell. As we see him out through the old hairpin and up the hill they will go. Just 0.3 of a second. If he gets on the hybrid, he might be able to make a move here up in towards the right-hander, but he'll stay back for now. As right up in front, Callum Cripps trying to make a move on Manley for the second position. We'll chop back to Adam Christopher here because he's now on the inside trying to make his way up there. Massive squeeze by Connell. And Christopher deep on the brakes in towards the chicane. He'll make that move stick and he moves up into that 8th position. But it's all kicking off here right up at the front. As Ben Brown and Chris Wilson, in 4th and 5th. Just 0.3 of a second separating them as they make their way through the old hairpin now. As we approach half race distance here. Colin Talbot and Michael Tyler having a battle a little bit further up in front. Talbot trying to get up into the top 10 there. As the field spreads out even more now. But as the tyres start to wear near the end of the race, you can expect them to close back up again. Talbot in towards the final chicane, really deep on the brakes. You're going to have to send it up the inside. A bit of contact's being made there, and Tyler is around. Talbot's around as well. Gladek is going to have to cut the corners to avoid the incident. Talbot a bit deep on the brakes, a bit deeper than he was expecting, and gets into the side of Michael Tyler there. Nathan Burton is going to get past both of them as well, move himself up into P11. But he does give the position back there. Unfortunately, they're both going to lose out on quite a few places. But that position is redressed. Closest cars out on the circuit at the moment is Max Spoon and Ben Bennyworth up in front. In 7th and 6th. Bennyworth up onto the hybrid system now. We'll take a look at that action as they're going to get even closer here. See, up in towards turn number 1, just 0.4 of a second is the gap. And on the hybrid, you can see down towards the old hairpin, no overtaking opportunity here, but he's going to get a good exit here and up the hill. Gets onto the hybrid. And he might just be able to try and make a move here. Looking to the outside, looking to the inside. Hard on the brakes, but isn't going to be able to get past just yet. As we come to the end of lap number 10, Jack Ashton still your leader, followed by Lewis Manley and Callum Cripps, your top 3. Bennyworth really wanting to get this move done, all over the hybrid button. As he looks to the inside now, in towards the final chicane. Isn't close enough to make a lunge, but can try and get a good exit towards turn number 1. It's not quite going to work out for him. Back on the hybrid again. Looks at the inside this time. He's alongside, deep into the braking zone now through turn 1. Bennyworth on the inside, and Bennyworth's going to get that move done. Spooner trying to hang around the outside. He's just about done it, but runs out of road. Bennyworth up into P6. As we ride on board now with Callum Cripps, you can see gap between him and Manley starting to close in, less than half a second now. Through the final chicane they will go. Ashton back onto the hybrid as well. Manley onto the hybrid in defence. 5 laps to go as they cross the line here. Top 3 really separating themselves from the rest of the pack. 4 seconds is the gap between Cripps and Brown in 4th position. Not too many opportunities left for Cripps to try and get through. Onto the hybrid he goes. You can see how much the hybrid, how effective it is. Closing up a couple of tenths of a second there into the braking zone. A little bit loose, the tyres starting to wear down a bit, but this in the later stages is where the Infinity should be a little bit better than the front wheel drive cars, because the tyre wear on the front should be a little bit better for him. Manley onto the hybrid and he starts to pull away despite Cripps being in his draft. Cripps of course has less hybrid than anyone else on the grid, as he did get pole position for this race number 1. And Manley off into the distance once again. So Cripps are going to have to buy us time here. But only a couple of laps left in the race. 4 to go now across the line. A little bit squirrely through turn 1 on the exit. Further back, a couple drivers trying to close some of the gaps. But still everyone else separated by more than a second on the circuit at the moment. Ashton looking comfortable out in front, 2.5 second gap with only a couple of laps left to go. Still has plenty of hybrid it seems as well. A bit of a lock up there from Manley, and look how close Cripps has caught all the way up, and he's lost it on the exit. Gap back down to 0.6 of a second. Now in the slipstream, trying to catch up that gap, close down the gap as much as possible. He'll have to use what you would assume is the remainder of his hybrid to try and make a pass, it seems, but risky because you can almost guarantee that Manley has still got some of that left. So we'll wait and see. Big lock up from Manley again. This is going to let Cripps get a good exit. This could be it now. Down the S's in towards the old hairpin. Into the draft. No hybrid deployment from Cripps just yet. But down the hill they'll go. No move from Cripps. Another lockup from Manley. Those tyres not doing him any favours. And here goes Cripps. A little bit of contact and he's got all sorts of loose. Managed to keep it in a straight line, but Manley with the block. He's not going to let Cripps pass just yet. But he's all sorts of loose in the braking zones, and a move from Cripps getting the switch back, and he's up into second position. He'll get on the hybrid now and try and pull away with that gap. Just 2 laps to go as they make their way across the start-finish line again. No answer from Manley as those tyres start to wear down. You can see he has almost no grip through the corners, especially in the braking zones. Ashton still pulling away out in front, but Cripps looks to have secured that second position for now. Trying to extend that advantage now, 0.8 of a second between the two of them. A battle a little bit further back. We've got Colin Talbot side by side, trying to get ahead of Glodek. Up the inside into the chicane. He's going to make it stick. He's going to upbrake himself ever so slightly. And there goes Tyler up the inside as well on the switchback, putting Talbot back down into 13th. A little bit of a desperate move into the chicane there. Outbraking himself, unfortunately. That's going to put him right to the back. Meanwhile, out in front, about to start the final lap of the race, Jack Ashton. Looking for the perfect start to the season here. Final lap of the race starts now. As Lewis Manley is actually now under threat from Ben Brown. A little bit further back, and those tyres not doing him any favours at all. Brown all over the back of him. We could see a change for the final podium position here on the final lap as well. Now up the hill here. Neither of them on the hybrid yet. As a yellow flag in sector 3. Can't quite see who that is, but Manley is just about going to hold on. We'll see if Brown has any hybrid left to use. It looks like he does. We could see out in front for that third position. It's going to be a move side by side into the chicane, and Manley's going to get the defense done, but he outbrakes himself, and Brown's going to take third position. But taking the checkered flag, Jack Ashton will win race number 1 here at Donington Park to start off the season with a bang. Callum Cripps will take second position, and at the line, Ben Brown, by one of the smallest of margins, will take that third position off of Lewis Manley, who has to settle for 4th place. Chris Wilson finishes in 5th. Adam Christopher and Max Spooner going side by side across the line as well. Spooner takes the advantage, 7th over 8th position there. The end of an action-packed race there. Jack Ashton taking all the spoils here and secures himself pole position for race number 2. So congratulations to Jack Ashton there. We'll take a look at the final race results here. Top 10 up on the screen now. As we are going to get the podium ceremony started off for the first race. And we'll see the top drivers up there on the podium as we have those race results up on the screen there. As I said earlier, race 2's results will be these race results after any penalties may be applied. But it's Jack Ashton that is your race winner here in race number 1 at Donington Park. 3 races, remember, here this evening. as we await our very own Grant Lyman down at the podium with the drivers when they make their way down there eventually. As we will get an interview with our top three in just a second now. Starting off with Ben Brown.
And I'm joined by our third place finisher in race number 1, Ben Brown. Final corner. And talk us through your race.
Soft, so that's the first time used them, and it was pretty rough. But it got to about like 6 laps left, and I realised I still had over half my boost left. So I was like, well, I've kind of got to have a go, have a night to try and catch up. So yeah, it was good. I didn't expect to finish third, so obviously very happy.
Awesome. Well, it was a really good drive from you, and Chris was following you close by through most of the race. It looked like the two of you were very similar on pace throughout the race. Maybe he might have been slightly looking after his tyres a bit more than you, just following and hoping to mount an attack, or pretty much covered?
No, I was waiting for him to. We might be in the same team, but it doesn't. In this sort of championship, we're just here to have fun, and so he's more within his rights than anyone else to have a little go, because we're always so sensible around each other in endurance stuff. So yeah, I was waiting for it, but thankfully managed to break away a little bit, and yeah, that was that. I'll wait for revenge in race 2.
So looking forward to a P3 start on the medium tyres. The only car around you on the softs, I believe, is Callum Cripps. So it should be quite interesting. So what are your thoughts going into race 2? Just more of the same, or going to push those tyres a little bit more now that you've got that rubber?
Yeah, I think you could be able to push them a little bit more. I didn't realise how many people were on softs at the start. About halfway through when I started seeing their pace dropping off. 6 cars, and they're all up there. Yeah, okay. So yeah, this will be interesting. Be able to push it harder. We were basically out of tyres at the end, as you can see by Lewis. Lewis has done his tyres as well. So yeah, it should be a little bit different, and kind of anticipate them to be able to push a little bit harder. So just try and keep up with them.
Well done on P3. Well, I'm now joined by Callum Cripps, who finished second place in race 1 today. Callum, really nice race from you. Medium tyre, the only one in the top 3 medium tyre, which is quite interesting. You probably had the best rubber at the end of the race. With Lewis as well. So yeah, talk us through.
Yeah, it was quite easy to. Well, it wasn't easy because I should have won. But yeah, Lewis obviously pretty much got me at the start after lap 3 or something like that, and I used up quite a lot of a hybrid trying to prolong it. But at the end of the day, he just got past pretty quick. And then Jack came from nowhere and just started absolutely flying. So yeah, but I was speaking to Lewis, and he had like 10% on his front left after the race, and I had 76 on my tyres. So like, I'm hoping that the softs will be a bit more better for the real drive like it was last season, and try and reverse that result.
Yeah, I mean that's always the advantage of going for a soft tyre. Obviously, you are on the soft for race number 2. I believe you're the only one in the top 3 on the soft for race 2, so that should be quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Jack was on the softs then, wasn't he? Yeah. So yeah, I don't know, to be honest, because I'm a bit scared through old hairpin. It's still a bit horrible, really. So I'm trying to like really back it up. So I should have been more aggressive in that one. Looking at the tyres at the end, I was like quite surprised. But yeah, I just see you don't. Last season, the real drives had an advantage on the launch, whereas this year it doesn't seem to have that. So, which is a bit annoying because that's why I picked the whole rear-wheel drive thing in the first place. So, yeah, but it'll be all right. We'll see what happens. Try and send it. Happy days.
Fair enough. Well done on a decent race 2. We'll now call in our race winner of race number 1. Mr. Ashton, how are we, sir?
Not bad, thank you.
It's a good clinical race there. Like, really nice, really clean. Like, got to first and just managed the tyres till the end.
Yeah, I mean, I was reserved at the start. Well, I had to go a bit gun-ho at the first corner because I had a terrible start, and I got past a few, luckily, at the start. And I was just like heading on to like looking for Lewis and Callum, and I could see Lewis was pushing hard, which I was happy with because I know that was where he's going to lose out later on with the tyres. I was preserving, using boost smartly. I knew I had a bit more, and then started closing when they started battling, which is perfect. So I wasn't abusing the car. And then I just had a lot better tyre life, started using it, boost a lot more when I got around them, and it was easy to get past. And then management after that, I could see Lewis was pushing a bit more to try and keep, and I was just sort of doing what I needed to do to carry on in the lead, and then had plenty of boost at the end to put a flyer in. So, yeah, it's good.
The race to the least amount of boost of any of the drivers for race number 2. That could be quite interesting. Obviously, being the rear-wheel drive, it's going to last a little bit longer in terms of his pace. So, what's the game plan for race 2?
Definitely just try and sit on the back of Callum. I think Callum's got this one in the bag. I mean, never know, but yeah, with his tyres, he knows that he can push harder now as well. He didn't realise how much he could push in that race. I think he now knows that. And with softs, he's going to go even more harder. So, yeah, it's going to be hard to keep with him, but try our best, see what I can do. If I can get a P2, I'll be happy, and then go into race 3, see what happens.
Fair enough. Well, very clinical victory for the returning Jack Ashton to the series. Did it feel like you'd been away for a long time, or was it nice to just be straight back into it?
Yeah, ages, man. I haven't done the touring car season for a long time, so it's good to see some familiar faces and have some good fun racing today. And race 1 can't go better than that, really. So let's see if we can do some more in race 2 and 3.
Jack Ashton dominant in race 1. We move on to very shortly. Back to Dane.
Well, thank you, Grant. And we will be back with coverage of race number 2 in just a few minutes' time. So don't go anywhere. We'll be just back. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, back to Simply Race Milton Keynes. It's time for race number 2 in the Touring Car Championship. As we get ready to go, the drivers are out on their formation lap at the moment, just on a couple tech issues, just trying to get this sorted out for the live cameras for you. As the drivers out on their formation lap at the moment. Race results from race number 1 set to the grid for race number 2. Which means that we do have Jack Ashton out in pole position. He is going to be followed by Callum Cripps, Ben Brown, Lewis Manley and Chris Wilson, the top 5. No penalties from the first race, which is always great to see. As we are just trying to get you those live pictures. Drivers are making their way out on the formation lap at the moment. And we have it for you now. Here we go then. As the drivers make their way up towards the grid, race number 2. Still 16 laps. Drivers will have different tyres, potentially. One race must be driven in soft tyres, so they'll be a little bit quicker, but wear a lot more. That is the turn of Callum Cripps in this race. As all the drivers are out on the grid now, we await the lights. There they are. We're ready to go, and we are green for race number 2, and it's a great start for Cripps. He's already out into the lead. A poor start from Jack Ashton as they make their way down and towards turn number 1. Cripps leads, followed by Ashton, and there goes Brown and Manley side by side just behind for that third place, sorry. Brown's going to hold on. Wilson's going to hold on to P5 as well. Your top 5 completely unchanged. As we look further back then, everybody's still making their way through. Michael Tyler trying to make a move on Colin Talbot at the back of the field, but out in front, Callum Cripps still leads, followed by Jack Ashton, Ben Brown and Lewis Manley. Chris Wilson trying to get onto the back of Manley as well. He's got to watch out for Spooner just behind 2. Spooner in P6, then Bennyworth, Burton, Connell and Christopher. Massive train of cars as the hybrid starts to get used. Remember, the drivers up near the front will have less hybrid than the drivers behind them. So they've got to be careful about when they choose to use it. Cripps leads over the line to start lap number 2. About a second of a gap to Jack Ashton in P2. And then another second back is Ben Brown. Brown on the outside, trying to defend against Manley. He's not going to be able to do it. Manley up the inside. Is Brown going to get a switchback though? Trying to get a good exit out of turn number 1. He's not going to get the run down the hill. Manley up into P3. That's just a little bit further back. We've got a couple of drivers vying for position there as well. Notably, Bennyworth is trying to get onto the back of Max Spooner. Let's take a look over there. Here he is now, just on the back of Spooner as they make their way up towards the chicane. He's going to have the hybrid boost, but as is Spooner, both of them in the Corolla down and towards the chicane. Who's going to be the later on the brakes? Spooner will be, and they're both going to make the corner as well. Bennyworth not able to get past just yet, as Cripps still leads and is extending his advantage early on in this race. Those soft tyres doing wonders for him. And a big move being made just behind as Lee Connell gets up at the inside and ahead of Nathan Burston. Now up in front as well. Ashton under threat, under pressure from Lewis Manley as well, as we take a look up near the front. A little bit of a mistake there by Manley. Drops him back ever so slightly. As onto the back straight they will go, and almost 3 seconds is the gap now. Cripps absolutely flying out in front here, and here he goes with the boost. Manley down around the outside in towards the chicane. Is he going to be able to make it stick? No, he's not. Ashton holds on. Cripps with another rapid lap time, a 108.6. To put that into perspective, pole position was a 108.4, and Manley looks to the inside, but here comes Ben Brown around the outside, looking for that third position back. He's not able to get it, but caught Manley by surprise. Manley looked to the inside to try and make a move on Ashton, and Brown, out of nowhere, up the outside. As Cripps now a 4-second advantage out in front. Here comes Brown now, looking to make a move on Manley for third position. Up the hill they go, up towards the right-hander. A little bit loose, a bit of contact's being made. Manley's almost around. He manages to hold on to it. Brown's going to lose a position to Wilson as well. Wilson and Brown and Manley, all three of them, onto the hybrid boost. Wilson up the inside and is ahead in the Hyundai. And up into P4 goes Wilson now. Still on the hybrid as they make their way down towards the chicane. Manley escapes with about a second lead. Ashton gets out of that situation as well as we look a little bit further back through the field. Adam Christopher a bit behind. He's looking to make a move on Connell. That's going to be coming up in a couple of corners you'd expect. Side by side once again. Here goes Brown around the outside. It's not going to work out for him just yet. Tries to get a switch back going. That door is closed immediately. Is he going to be able to make a move into the old hairpin? No, he's not. We'll cut back to Adam Christopher here, who's going to try and make something happen on the boost now. Lee Connell in front of him. He's got loads of overspeed and up into the right-hander. He's not going to be able to make a move here, but possibly into the next one. Look at the exit speed he's got. Falls to the inside, a block by Connell. But now, can he get a good run here? We saw it in the Alpine Championship earlier on today. Christopher absolutely loving this move down into the chicane, just sending it up the inside. Connell on the boost button. Christopher not going to be able to catch up this time. Out in front though, here comes Manley on Jack Ashton. Once again, these two battling the Focus versus the Corolla. Both front-wheel drive touring cars here. Manley on the offensive down the hill. He looks to the left-hand side to try and make something happen into the old hairpin. It's not going to work for him. Connell back on the boost as well. Not only trying to escape from Christopher, but also looks like he might be able to make a move on Bennyworth here. As we look a little bit further back, Bennyworth in a bit of a vulnerable situation here. As Manley looks to the inside, not going to make it that move just yet, but here comes Lewis Manley up through the right-hander, onto the back straight now, onto the boost, as so is Ashton in the draft as well. Is he going to pull to the inside? Ashton defends, puts his car in the middle, makes that Ford Focus extremely wide, and no way for Manley to get through just yet. But has to use some of his boost, and he has the least amount of boost of anyone. Manley back on the boost now, down the main straight. Is he going to be able to make a move here on Ashton? Ashton defending the outside line. Send up the inside from Manley. Ashton has to hold it all the way around the outside, and he's going to do that. But Manley with the inside line, he's going to be able to take it back onto the hybrid. And he'll make his run down in towards the old hairpin, up into second position. As we see Chris Wilson here under pressure from Brown. Ashton trying to get back in front of Manley as well, but isn't going to be able to use the hybrid just yet, I would imagine. Wilson onto the hybrid. Brown is not, so he's going to extend that advantage ever so slightly. You can see how powerful the hybrid is in these cars, and Brown closing that gap back up on the brake. Now out of the chicane. Brown onto the hybrid, and a bit earlier, a bit of a better exit as well from Wilson. Wilson gets a bit of grass. There goes Brown to the outside. Battle for 4th position here. Brown to the outside on the brakes and towards turn number 1. He's not going to be able to make it work, but can he get the switch back? Yes, he can. Is it going to be enough? Wilson on the grass on the outside. They'll be side by side through the S. There's almost a little bit of contact, and Brown's going to nudge his way ahead up into 4th position. Wilson has to settle for 5th place. These two going back and forth all of race number 1. And it looks like they're going to be doing the same thing here in race number 2 as well. Yellow flags in sector 3, but those are quickly cleared. So driver going off the circuit for a second. But out in front, Callum Cripps with an 8-second advantage already. There's a big send up the inside for Wilson. He sent it way too hard. And he's going to go off into the barriers. He gets on the grass. And he's going to lose a couple of positions. He's behind Spooner. He's behind Bennyworth. He's going to close in. Just about finds a gap between Christopher and Connell. But Wilson now down at the 8th position. As we cast our eyes once again back onto Jack Ashton here. In towards turn number 1. He is looking all over the back of Manley. He said he wanted a P2 out of this race. He'd be happy. Just one Toyota Corolla in his way. As Ashton now onto the hybrid. Down in towards the old hairpin. It'll be 5 laps to go. Sorry, 7 laps to go. Next time by. Then Bennyworth closing in on Spooner. And now Christopher. Actually, Bennyworth's made a mistake there. Christopher's going to be making a move in towards turn number 1. Not quite close enough. A little bit too far back for that. But Ashton still all over the back of Manley here. As I see a couple of cars making moves just a little bit further back than this. So we'll cut now back to Adam Christopher, who is just a little bit further back than Ben Bennyworth. As all battle up right at the front. Look how close it is. Only 1/10 of a second separating them. Jack Ashton and Lewis Manley. As almost 10 seconds of gap out in front. Callum Cripps absolutely flying out there in his Infiniti on those soft tyres. We'll see if he starts to come back down, though, a little bit later on in the race. He's on the soft tyres, of course, so the tyre wear might not be as lenient on him. But Ashton not getting an ideal line through the chicane there. Going to drop back ever so slightly from Manley. No hybrid use just yet, but he's closing in the slipstream. He moves to the outside, trying to go late on the brakes around the outside of Lewis Manley for 2nd position. He's just about alongside there. Manley over the curbs a little bit awkwardly, and they are still side by side. Ashton carrying the speed down the hill, but Manley with that inside line is just about going to hold on. Ashton now has the opportunity, a bit of a lock-up from Manley as well. He's going to get into the back of him, and Ashton, he's almost going to lose control of the car completely. Here comes Ben Brown now as well. He's going to lose a lot of time here. Manley running deep into the corner and really slow on the exit. Ashton has no way of predicting that. And unfortunately, he's dropped back just a little bit now. About a second behind Manley, and that might just be that. He'll be out of the drafting range, and he has to sort of focus a little bit more now on Ben Brown, who has a lot more hybrid usage. About 30 seconds for the race, I believe. So Brown tending to keep his boost until the end as well. Might just be able to sneak another podium position in here in race number 2. He did it in race number 1. We'll see if he can get it once again here in the second race of the afternoon. Ashton back onto the hybrid then. Cripps out on front, 11.5 second advantage. And we'll take a look a little bit further back now at Nathan Burton, who's closing in on Lee Connell. And we'll see him now in his Infinity, the U-Barracuda Infinity. Trying to make something happen here. A little bit wide in front for Connell. But he is on the hybrid. And now we'll see. Moving to the outside. For the braking zone, the final corner off the circuit. Is he going to be able to make the move around the outside? A bit of a lock-up. He's going to run wide and hop over the curbs there. Track limits violation as well. He wouldn't have been able to keep on to the position. But he drops a little bit further back. Meanwhile, Ashton has caught up to Manley. So we'll cut over there now and take a look and see what is going on up in front. Back onto the hybrid again. He might be able to make a move here. He's only a car length or so behind. Hybrid really, really powerful here. Can't quite make a move there. Big lockup from Manley as well. Those tyres really starting to bother him. As we saw in race number 1, a move from Ashton and a block from Manley. Ashton now trying to get a cut back through the right hand at the penultimate corner on the circuit. Is he going to have to make this move down into the chicane? Both of them onto the hybrid. Ashton has the slipstream and a huge block from Manley. He's going to give Ashton the outside line. Manley now hard on the brakes into the penultimate corner through the final chicane now. And Ashton has to worry it because Brown on the hybrid. Everybody is on the hybrid down the main straight now, side by side. Brown looking for that final podium position. Manley just in front as well. Brown to the outside. Is he going to go around the outside of both of them? He's certainly going to try it, but he's outbraked himself slightly. And here comes Spooner trying to take 4th position off Brown. 3 laps to go for the drivers. Ashton holds on to that 3rd position, but he wants 2nd. He's all over the back of Manley now. Manley's tyres going off. He's not been able to keep them under control as well as some of the other drivers. And Ashton's taking advantage of it now. Manley onto the hybrid for a little boost. Up the hill. Ashton almost into the back of him. As Manley all over the place in the braking zones as well. Trying to get a good run out of the penultimate corner, but I feel like the only move that's going to be able to be made is down in towards that first corner. Ashton and Manley both did a little tiniest sip of energy there. In towards the final corner they go. 2 laps now. Ashton and Brown onto the hybrid. As they all make their way through turn number 1 again. Ashton still all over the back of Manley. And this is where he seems strongest. Down to the old hairpin. And the exit from the old hairpin. Up all the way up the hill. Is where he seems most in his comfort zone. And Manley, the opposite. Here he goes now on the exit. And he's gaining. He's on to the boost. He's surely going to be able to make it around the outside. Manley squeezing him all the way onto the curbs. They're going to go side by side onto the corner entry. Ashton down the inside. Oh, a little bit of contact's being made. And Manley just about holds on to it. Ashton basically pushing him along at this point. Another block from Manley as they make their way towards the final corner here. Down the back straightaway. Brown watching patiently in the background. And Manley's made a mistake. And Ashton's going to go through. Up into 2nd place here, and Brown looking for the outside line through the chicane. Brown might be able to take Manley here as well. He gets the switchback, he's onto the boost, and he's going to make it up into 3rd position as well. Manley down to 4th now, down the main straight. In towards turn number 1. Big send up the inside from Manley. It's not going to be enough, and Brown is going to be able to hold on to the position. Around the outside here, down the main straight, contact being made. Still contact as they go off, and they both go off onto the grass, and Spooner's going to get past both of them. Both of them onto the grass. They're going to come out just behind Spooner. And Spooner's up into the podium positions. They're still side by side now. Brown to the right-hand side. This is where Ashton got past last time. And Brown cedes the position on that occasion. Bennyworth as well, getting up into 5th position. Brown almost getting a podium. Now down in 6th position on the final lap of the race. Callum Cripps comes around the final corner to win race number 2. Jack Ashton is going to take 2nd place, it looks like, but we're focusing on the battle for the podium. Spooner in 3rd position. Is it going to be Max Spooner coming through the final corner now? Manley hot on his tail. But Spooner out of the final corner now, and Spooner's going to take that 3rd position in race number 2. Manley in 4th position, Bennyworth in 5th, and Christopher takes 6th position just behind. He gets ahead of Brown on the last lap. Brown having to settle for 7th position there. Absolute chaos on the last lap. As the drivers will make their way back down to the pit lane. An incredible race number 2. We will have the unofficial race results on the screen, because I'm sure there are going to be some inquiries with race control after that one. But here are then the race results from race number 2. Callum Cripps up, taking the win in race number 2. Jack Ashton in 2nd place. Max Spooner getting into the top 3 on the final lap in the most dramatic of fashion. Lewis Manley having to settle for that 4th position. Ben Bennyworth in 5th. Adam Christopher in 6th. Ben Brown in 7th. Nathan Burton in 8th. Chris Wilson in 9th. And Lee Connell in 10th. As a little bit further back, we've got Michael Tyler in 11th. Shamak in 12th. And Colin Talbot in 13th position. As we will wait for the drivers to make their way over for a little bit of a chat. As we await also for the drawing of the reverse grid as well. It could be 6, it could be anywhere from 6 to 12 places reversed. So we could see Adam Christopher on pole position. We could see all the way down to Shamak Gladek on pole position for race number 3 as well. But we will have Grant Lyman, our race director, down at the podium, ready and waiting with our podium drivers. So we will start off proceedings with Max Spooner.
Okay, so after quite a ton of events in race number 2, I'm now stood here with our 3rd place driver, Max Spooner. So Max, take us through all of that. I mean, you were really fast throughout the whole race. The pace was really consistent. You were sticking with the 2nd to sort of 6th group really well. I mean, everyone in that sort of group seemed really well balanced on pace. And then obviously at the end, a little luck came your way. But you've got to stay out of trouble to get these podium places. And if I'm thinking correctly, this is your first podium in a Simply Race event?
Well, yeah, it was basically, second, third, fourth, fifth, all sort of dicing for position. We were all sort of very close. I thought just sit back, save my boost, and then yeah, I got lucky on the last lap.
Yes, a very good result, and it was actually quite interesting because Lewis finished directly behind you. Lewis finished directly behind you. Came out directly behind you when you rejoined the circuit. So were you not a little bit worried with all the dirt on his tyres that maybe he might outbrake himself into the next corner? It's very easily done when you get a little bit of scuff on your tyres.
Well, that was exactly that. It was like, right, I've got the position to try and hold it and hope that, they wouldn't do something silly in desperation. But fortunately, kept it clean and I was just able to bring it home.
Good result. Looking forward to race number 3?
Hopefully, we're on the soft tyres, so we'll see what we can do from there.
Only 2 other drivers on the softs in race 3. Well, how does that make you feel?
Well, game on.
Awesome. Well done on 3rd place, and we'll speak to you again maybe later on today. Who knows? And I will now get our 2nd place driver. If I could have our 2nd place driver, wherever you are. Hello. Here he comes. Now joined by Jack Ashton once again, P2 in race number 2. How did...
That was the plan. So I knew Callum had that in the bag, seeing how much pace he had with the mediums. So as soon as you got the launch, I was like, yep, tuck in, please. I want to just stay as close as I can to, but he's gone. A car was good. But Lewis was being quite aggressive with boost quite early on. So I because I was just using, when I was in the draft with him, I was seeing him boosting and I was just using the draft to stay with him. So I was preserving that. Come to the end, I could see he just didn't have any boost, and it was where I was sort of, and preserved the tyres better. So I knew I was on for attack again, got past him, right on the second to last lap. And yeah, did the job really. 2nd place is what I was after, so happy.
Nice clean battle with Lewis. Enjoy that one?
It was feisty. I think Ben got involved as well. I had to use lots of boost to hold him off at one point. I think held it the whole way down the straight to stop him from getting past. But yeah, it was good. It was a really good race.
Awesome to watch all the different types of styles and different usage of boost and of the tyres throughout the race. It seems that you tend to hold back quite a lot of the life until the end of the race, whereas someone like Lewis is a little bit more aggressive at the start to try and make track position, which then kind of goes against him at the end of the race. So in a way, were you just thinking, I'm just going to follow you for a while, wait for your tyres to be a bit weaker and June moment, or was it a case of you just wanted to get past him at any point?
Obviously, at the start, I didn't really want him to pass, but I see how much he was pushing, and it was making me push a little bit. So I just decided, no, let's be a bit more calmer here. We've got a bit more of a race ahead of us. I didn't want him past, but he got past, and then just thought, right, now this is the time to preserve, because I got the advantage. I got the draft. I can use that to stay with him. He can try and push if he's going to, which he did. And then I was like, okay, I'll hold on to that. And that's what then made me catch up to him. So, yeah, there we go.
Awesome. Did you have much of a view of the incident going on behind you between Brown and Manley?
No, I didn't. I managed to actually get quite a good gap by that point. So I didn't really notice what was going on. I was just focusing, make sure I hit everything right, because tyres were getting quite soggy at that point as well. And I just heard a few shouts in the background. I thought, oh dear. And I saw a bit of dust cloud, and that was all I know. So I was just about to watch it on the stream, and you called me over. So, but yeah, it's cool.
Fair enough. Well, it's always interesting. These little moments in races can determine things happening in the championship. So always something to keep an eye on, I guess. But well done to Jack Ashton coming P2 today. Really strong start to his season, returning to the Touring Car Championship this year. Maybe speak to you again in a little bit. Good luck. And we are now joined by last season champion Callum Cripps, his first race win of the season. Looked a little... I was watching
A little bit. No, it was quite easy. Yeah, I mean the tyres just the same as last year really. So I know how to work the tyres by basically just doing a really, really slow warm up lap, and then in the first 2 laps obviously it's great, and then from there on, as soon as I got into the lead and brought about 2-second gap, I started preserving them. So I still had 63% at the end, which is better than what the guys had on hard. So that's really good. And it's not really it's a front-wheel drive favoured track, supposedly, anyway. So, yeah, quite happy with that. It was a bit boring, to be honest. I saw Colin at the end there. That was nice.
It seemed very clinical from our end. The race pace was very, very strong. The only person that was close to you on lap time was actually Lewis in P3. He lost a lot of time at the start behind Jack, and then they had a bit of a tussle which obviously helped you quite a lot because then once Lewis was in front, he was doing 108s as well as yourself. So obviously very close in the pace, but it just shows like sometimes track position is absolutely everything in these championships.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, I didn't have to do anything apart from just not get any track limits penalties. I got 0.5, so it wasn't a perfect race, but it was near enough. But yeah, just you working out where the hybrid's best as well. I was doing a bit of that, so I was kind of learning as I went through the race because I had time to. But yeah, I was watching the battle behind in my digi screen, and it was crazy. Like Jack, Max, Lewis, they were all like really, really close together. So it nearly put me off actually. But it was quite.
Second to sixth was incredible to watch all race. I'm sure you'll enjoy watching that back later on today. Really feel the boost, and the tyres have really brought a different edge and feel to this championship, and really bringing in some other names as well and keeping it a bit more mixed up at the front. That's Max Spooner's first podium in the touring cars, so it's always nice to see some fresh names out at the front. We're seeing some really strong drives from everyone in the midfield, so hopefully it will continue like that. But well done on race 2. Good luck in race 3. I know the race draw, you don't. Shall I reveal it to you? Live on stream for everyone. Yeah, it couldn't be worse for you. It was 12 that was picked. So, so you're going to have a really fun race 3.
I love it. Send it. I'll just... Big
Awesome.
sense.
Well, we hope you look forward to watching race 3. Back to Dane.
And we will have race number 3 coverage in just a little bit, so stay with us. Like Grant has just told us, 12-place reverse grid. So almost a full flip. Everybody except for Colin Talbot will be lining up in the opposite position to where they finished that second race. So we'll have Callum Cripps starting all the way in P12. We'll have Adam Christopher all the way up in P1. So that's going to be an interesting race number 3. And we'll be back with that in just a bit. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, back to Simply Race Milton Keynes and our coverage of the Simply Race British Championships, the final race of the day, race number 3 in the Simply Race Touring Car Championship. You can see the drivers out there on their formation lap at the moment, being led by Shamek Gladek. Of course, a 12-car reverse grid, the maximum possible reverse grid from race number 2, setting the grid for this third and final race of the day. So race winner Callum Cripps starts down in 12th position, and 12th position in race number 2, Shamek starts on pole position. So just making our way down towards the grid, 16-lap race once again. And none of the top drivers that you'd expect to see right at the very front on the soft tyres for this third and final race. Drivers on the soft tyres, we've got Spooner on the soft tyres, Nathan Burton as well, Michael Tyler, I believe, too, and also Shamek, I believe, on the soft tyres as they make their way now onto the grid. They will get into position to start this race. Shamek Gladek on a pole position on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right-hand side, on the front row, Michael Tyler, then Lee Connell, Chris Wilson, Nathan Burton, Ben Brown, Adam Christopher, Ben Bennyworth, Lewis Manley, Max Spooner, Jack Ashton, Callum Cripps, and Colin Talbot at the back. Everybody parked up. We wait for the lights on the starting gantry. Here we go. And we're green for the final time. And oh, it looks like a penalty, a jump start penalty perhaps for Michael Tyler in second position. Can only imagine it is a jump start penalty. They're side by side for the race lead. Gladek will take the race lead. And now Tyler under pressure. Burton immediately in that Infinity, all the way down and towards the old hairpin, right on his tail. And oh, a big spin. In the front, he's going to take out Chris Wilson as well. He's going to take him with it down into the old hairpin. Yellow flags out. A lot of drivers out of position. And hybrid being used by a lot of drivers as well, as now down the inside of Tyler goes Burton. He's not going to be able to make that move stick, but here comes Ben Brown. Third position in race number 1, and he's up the inside looking for that third position, looking for the podium, and he's up there into third position now. They're 3 wide as Christopher gets up into third position. 3 wide out of the exit. It's now down towards the final chicane for the first time. Gladek leads by about 2 seconds. Tyler just behind. And then a huge group of cars. Cripps all the way up into 6th position. And into the pit lane goes Tyler to serve that pit lane penalty. We'll see if it's a stop-go or otherwise. But Christopher inherits second place. They're going side by side further back. Jack Ashton up the inside of Spooner and almost trying to get the lead of this small pack from Cripps as well, but he's not going to be able to make that one happen. As many shouts in the background as well. Colin Talbot's on his roof. Talbot rolling down the hill there, as there must have been contact being made, as Burton also ending up further back. He's had an incident on the first lap as well. But let's have a look further up in the field. Cripps all over the grass. Cripps is going to spin off into the wall. Huge contact for Cripps. He's going to drop down the order. Cripps is going down into 7th, now 8th as well. Rejoins the circuit. And that's going to allow Manley and Ashton up into 4th and 5th position. Bennyworth is going to get in front of him as well. So your positions then. Gladek out in front. Closely followed now by Christopher, closing the gap really quickly there. A race win for Christopher earlier on in race number 1 in the Alpines. The first race of the day, in the last race of the day as well. Fastest lap of the race on the second time of fasting as well. Now looking to try and get the race lead in the Touring Car Championship as well. Brown just behind him in 3rd position. Then Manley and Ashton making their way up through the field as well. So we'll keep an eye on this train of cars as always. That Ashton going a little bit wide there, I think it was. He's dropping back from Manley in front. He's got to watch out. Bennyworth just behind as well. We're right on board with Christopher here. At the end of lap number 3. Godek pulling away with the hybrid now, deep onto the brakes. Through the chicane, is he going to get a better run out of it? He does just about. And we'll keep an eye on that battle. But meanwhile, we've got Ben Brown looking to make a move on Manley. So we see now the driver in 4th position. Manley has got in front of him. He's trying to get him back. He's got Ashton just behind as well, about 6/10 of a second. Now down to 4. But look at this run here, getting onto the hybrid. Manley gets on in response as well. Everybody in this group of 4 cars onto the hybrid. On the boost. Glenec and Manley keeping on it for a bit longer. As Christopher is in the lead, and there is a little bit of an error from Glenec as well. He's run off, he's onto the grass. And that's going to allow maybe a couple of cars to go and by now. Manny looks towards the inside. Brown's going to go to the outside. It's almost going to be 3 wide into the corner. Brown going to try and get a switch back on all of them. A little bit loose from everybody. And Brown's going to be able to make up a position as well as Manley. Your top 3 now. Christopher, Manley and Brown. Jack Ashton just behind as well. Let's ride on board with him as he gets a fantastic exit now. Brown just in front. He's onto the hybrid as well. Giving a bit of a bump, but a little bit of bump drafting going on through here now. Trying to help him on his way, trying to catch up to Manley. As a little bit further back, we have got Callum Cripps on the comeback. Trying to make some things work here. As he is right on the back of Ben Pennyworth as well. You see there now. On his comeback drive. We'll see if he's going to be able to do that. Adam Christopher out in front. Leading the way. About a second's lead over Manley. There is Adam Christopher out in front. You can see Manny just behind him. Followed by Brown and then Ashton. Godek just behind there as well. Pennyworth getting held up in this massive group now. And oh, Brown's off. As is Ashton. And Ashton's all the way off there. He's dropping down the order. Dropping down to 7th position now. Yellow flags are out in Sector 2. And that's promoted Pennyworth up into P3. Side by side now with Godek trying to come up back into the podium positions. Big send down the inside and towards the chicane. Is he going to be able to get it stopped in time? Yes, he is. Pennyworth's going to come back on the switchback and get the exit speed, and he'll have that position back up into 3rd position then. What a big block just behind from Glenec Brown all the way to the inside. Brown really trying to get that move done there, and he is going to be able to make it up the inside. A little bit of contact, he almost pushes him wide. Brown back up into that 5th position then. Manny slowly but surely catching up to our race leader. And there's Jack Ashton just behind as well. You can see. Trying to make up some positions as well. And Cripps, with all of this carnage, up into 4th position as well. So brilliant for him in terms of getting on that comeback. Dropping down to 7th after a bit of a spin halfway around the lap earlier on. Halfway through the race distance now, Christopher still leads, but only 7/10 of a second ahead. Manley onto the hybrid as well, doing everything he can to try and catch up. Cripps just 0.2 of a second now behind Bennyworth for this podium position. Onto the attack mode for both of them, onto the hybrid. As we've got a little bit of a battle further back here. Looking at Colin Talbot down at the bottom with Max Spooner. Both of these drivers rolling their cars at some point today. Spooner doing it in the Alpines earlier on, Talbot doing it earlier on in this race. So a little bit further back than he would have liked. These two separated by not too much. As we now have Cripps has actually just made a mistake there. He's dropped back. And he is now in danger here. Ben Brown and Jack Ashton right on his tail. Just half a second separating each of the drivers. Even less than that. Brown on the hybrid, trying to catch up to Cripps, but also trying to keep Ashton behind him. Heavy braking zone down into the final chicane. These two drivers just on the cuffs of getting a podium. Just outside the top 3. 7 laps to go for them as they cross the line. And up in front, Manley and Christopher. Separated by 0.3 of a second. To be right on board with Lewis Manley now. Very aggressive on his tyres as we've seen the first couple of races. The last 4 or 5 laps definitely drops off a massive amount. So we'll have to look out for that again in this race. See if he's starting to figure out the tyres a bit better. But definitely in the last race it cost him a lot. Cost him a podium position there as well in race number 1. With Cripps and Brown able to sneak by on the last lap. Here he goes then onto the hybrid. Catching up to Christopher ahead. Through the chicane they go. Jack Ashton has managed to get ahead of Ben Brown just a little bit further back as well. But a big move being made up the inside there. Manley to the race's lead. Christopher is going to try and get the switch back, and he gets to the inside line. Forced onto the grass by Manley. Manley pushing him all the way off the circuit here. Loads of contact as they make their way through the S's. And Christopher's going to hang on down the inside and reclaiming that race lead. Brilliant move from Christopher there. And he's run a little bit wide though. And here comes Manley round the outside. He's going to take it straight back and forth between the leaders. Just a little bit too hot on the brakes into the old hairpin. Runs a bit wide. Gets bounced around by the grass. And all of this battling is side by side has brought Bennyworth into things as well. They've got to be careful here. It's definitely far from over. They'll have 5 laps to go next time by. Now both of them onto the hybrid system. Christopher staying on it. They're both still on it now. Side by side in towards turn number 1. Around the outside looks Christopher. He's going to try and get a switch back here. Try and get some better exit speed. It worked wonders for him last time by. Back onto the attack mode once again. He's not going to have the move down into the next corner, though. Just got to try and get a better exit, but now Manley's tyres will start to be falling off. He's very aggressive on them. We'll see if he's able to do it now. He's on the hybrid. He's on the left-hand side of the circuit. He's alongside now in towards the braking zone. Manley outbrakes him. Is he going to try and get a better exit now? Back onto the hybrid again. He moves to the inside. Manley blocks to the outside for the penultimate corner. Trying to get a switch back once again down the back straight here. Back onto the hybrid once more. He's going to move to the outside, and he's all the way to the inside. Big blocks being made by Manley. Christopher almost pushing him along the back straight now. They'll have 4 to go next time by. Manley's braking hard down in towards the chicane here, and he'll reclaim the lead for now. But Christopher gets the better exit there alongside, both on the hybrid as they make their way down the main straight. Christopher's in the lead, outside line in towards the braking zone, and he covers him off beautifully in towards turn number 1. He'll retake the lead of the race with 4 laps to go. As we ride on board now with Bennyworth looking up ahead at our 2 leaders here. It's Bennyworth under pressure from Callum Cripps just behind as well. We'll keep an eye out for a move being made. 3 laps to go as they cross the line next time by. And we'll see what these drivers can make of things here. We have no idea how much hybrid either of the drivers have left. Deep on the brakes is Bennyworth, and look at this. He's going to have some extra speed here. Manley's tyres definitely falling off here. Onto the hybrid again is Manley. He's not going to be close enough to be able to make a move into that first corner. And just pushing ever so slightly wide is Bennyworth there. Down into the old hairpin once again. Christopher still with some hybrid left in the tank. Got to watch out for Callum Cripps though. In the Infinity. Reigning champion of the series, winner in race number 2. Started P12 all the way up into P4 already. Looking for that 3rd position. They'll have 2 laps to go next time by. Cripps looking to the inside in towards the chicane. Is he going to make this end? He is going to make this end. Side by side into the final chicane. A little bit of door banging on the entry. Cripps up into P3. As now here they come. Just 2 laps to go. Through turn number 1 again. Ashton now has his eyes set on Bennyworth in front as they make their way through, down through the S's in towards the old hairpin. And onto the boost as well. Ashton round the outside, looking for the inside line for the next corner. Is he going to be able to make the move stick up the inside later on the brakes? And he gets that move done. Can he cover off for the switchback? Gets a little bit of hybrid boost out there as well. And that's going to propel him up into 4th position. Just about a second of a gap ahead to Cripps as well. Cripps is going to go side by side with Manley now. Manley's tyres are struggling as Cripps up the inside into the chicane. Deep on the brakes. And he takes 2nd position. He has his eyes set on Christopher ahead. It's a 1.7 second gap with 1 lap to go. Final lap now for Adam Christopher. In his debut in the Simply Race Touring Car Championship, looking to tackle the giants of the series here. As Lee Connell further back is going to get a penalty for track limits, you have to assume, as Ben Brown and Bennyworth, the 2 Bens going side by side here. Bennyworth just about holding on this occasion. But we're going to have a look at Jack Ashton now, because he's on the boost. and he's catching Manley. Is he going to be able to snatch this third position with him now on the final lap, side by side into the braking zone? They're going to make contact. Manley on the inside, Ashton on the outside, and Ashton's still there onto the grass. He's not going to be able to hold it. One more opportunity for him down the back straight into the final chicane. Does he have the boost for it? Yes, he does. Manley doesn't, and he's going to be able to make this happen. Brown gets ahead of Bennyworth in the background. They're going to go side by side into the chicane, surely. Ashton to the outside, Manley blocking him, swerving into the braking zone. Contact is made, and Manley's going to hold on. But Adam Christopher is going to take the race win in race number 3 on his debut in the SRTC. A win in his debut in the Alpine Cup and a win here in the Touring Car Championship as well. Fantastic stuff from Adam Christopher. Really impressive stuff on his debut here, holding off from Lewis Manley back and forth for a good few laps there. Fantastic pace there in the end. And we'll get the final race results up on the screen in just a second. But a beautiful result and a fantastic drive from Adam Christopher, who's going to make his way up to the top. Callum Cripps going from 12th to 2nd in that race, followed by Lewis Manley, who just about held on there from Jack Ashton. Contact throughout that race. So these are very much unofficial race results. We'll wait for the final decisions from our race steward, Sean King, as the drivers are discussing the incidents as we speak. But your unofficial race results are as follows. Adam Christopher, Callum Cripps, Lewis Manley, Jack Ashton, Ben Brown getting ahead of Ben Bennyworth at the end, although I do believe there was some contact there as well on the final lap. Nathan Burton finished in 7th position. I believe that's his highest finishing position of the day. Shamak Gladek from pole position down to 8th, but a good drive from the Ford driver. Michael Tyler in 9th, then Lee Connell. And I've just been told from race control, Ben Brown and Ben Bennyworth, there was contact on the last lap there. I did see it correctly. And Ben Brown's been given a 5-second penalty for that contact, which puts him behind. So Ben Brown and Ben Bennyworth will be swapping positions in those final race results. Well, we're just getting ready now to have some interviews with the top 3 drivers. So I'm going to hand over to Grant Lyman. And whilst he tries to find some of the drivers, we will get ready to go with the drivers. So up first, it is going to be the 3rd position driver, of course, of Lewis Manley. So as Grant tries to find them, and here he is now.
And after a very in race 3, I'm now joined by Lewis Manley, taking his first podium of the day. Lewis, that was quite a long and hard day for you, but you managed to get some really good consistent points throughout the races. Tell us your side of race number 3.
Lot on race 2 and 1 because last lap's not been my kind day today. So and 3rd time lucky on the last lap. I was never going to outbrake myself this time, so managed to keep P3. Could have been a win again, but of course with hybrids involved, I used all mine up as Adam didn't. So he obviously got me back, which was fair enough. So and I let Callum go, so I thought there was no point holding him up with his rear-wheel drive advantage. So obviously 2 fourths and a third is not too bad for me, but it could have been better.
Yeah, we did think that the move that Cripps did on you, it did look a bit easy, to be fair. It looked like you gave him a lot of space, which I guess you just didn't want to waste time battling and you just wanted to stay in the top 3, not let the remaining pack catch and maybe launch some attacks on those final few laps. But a really good recovery drive, obviously, being race 3. I mean, the start couldn't have gone better for you, really, because obviously there was quite a bit of carnage in front of you, but you obviously managed to get yourself through it. So obviously lap 1 probably helped shape that podium quite a lot for you.
Yeah, it's because I've had a reputation of Donington 3rd race, reverse grid, of being punted off, because I've had that last 2 or 3 times, so I managed to get through this time. But as of course on that penultimate lap, when I let Callum go, I thought there's no point holding him, so I'll just let him go and just follow him on the last lap. So if I fight with it, then I'm probably going to go on and get my track limits warning, so that's why I just let him go and just try and consolidate P3, which I thankfully did.
Well, 3rd championship standings as it stands at the moment. So not a bad day at the office. Obviously a long season. So well done, Lewis. Look forward to touch. Now joined by Callum Cripps after a hell of a drive from 12th to 2nd. Well, that was a bit more interesting for you, wasn't it?
It was 12th to 7th on the first lap, then 5th, and then spun, dropped 2 police, and then 2nd. So yeah, it was If it weren't for that spin, I would have hoped for a win. But yeah, it was good. Obviously, Max did great battle with Lewis. It was really good watching it. So yeah, and then I got lucky with Ben and Jack colliding as well, so I gained 2 places from that. So it was a bit of chop and change. As soon as I spun off, I was just like, I'll just try to be P2. 2 more laps, I was pushing pretty hard. Obviously, Lewis's tyres were absolutely gone by the end. So yeah, it was eventful. It was good. You know, it was a good race. Good race.
Really important getting past Lewis near the end of that race. It's really helped you in the championship standings because now you've got quite a large buffer to Lewis, who is in 3rd currently in the standings. Jack in 2nd, yourself leading, I believe, with 54 points. So quite a strong start to the campaign. With Jack in 2nd, I think he's about 3 or 4 points behind you, and then Lewis quite a way back, about 41 points. So quite a buffer there. So I don't know about you, but I was quite surprised to see the door open was from Lewis into that final chicane, but he just said he didn't want to waste time and then risk more drivers coming up behind and maybe getting both of you. So what are your thoughts on that? I mean, I personally thought battle to the end, really, but
yeah, I was getting ready for it. I was getting ready for the Lewis Manley defensive driving techniques. But yeah, they just never. He braked early. I couldn't believe it. It caught me off guard actually, because I thought I'd brake too late for the corner. But no, you know, fair play to him. He's thinking about the championship. He's thinking long term. So it's race one. You know, it's race 3 out of a lot. But yeah, fair play to him for conceding. And I wanted a bit of a battle with him, to be honest, because it's always great to battle with. But yeah, it was good for my championship.
Really strong title defense already. So we'll see how it goes. A long way to go, as you said. But really happy with him now. Feel like you're into it now.
Yeah, in practice I was all over the place. I was spinning all the time. It's quite classic for me, really. So, and then yeah, when I put it on pole by 3 and a bit tenths, I was really surprised because I was waiting for everybody else's laps to come through, and then they never came. So, yeah, great for driving the Infinity. I'm glad that it's up there, and great for Brabham Esports on their first Simply Race Touring Car event.
Fantastic. Well done, Callum. We'll see you on the podium very soon. Okay, and our race winner coming in now. And we are now joined by Adam Christopher, his first ever Simply Race Championship event. Well, second, include the Alpines this morning. And he comes away with a win. Predicted that. Hopefully you had a bit of faith in yourself, but
who made the lunge for the lead, and I was just thinking, I've still got some hybrid left. I managed to save some up, and I wasn't gonna sort of just take that. I thought, no, I'm gonna come back at him, and then yeah, I still had about 10 seconds of hybrid left at the end, so I just kept using that of having saved it up, and yeah, managed to get the move done.
Showing the pace really strong throughout the race and throughout the day, to be honest. Your pace has been very strong, right up there with all the leaders throughout the whole day. So mounting a little bit of a challenge, and I think people are starting to notice. But the one thing I really want to talk about is your racecraft. It's absolutely fantastic. Like the respect that you give to the other drivers is brilliant. We didn't have any issues with you whatsoever, and I feel like you overtook more people than pretty much anyone else, other than potentially in race 3 when Callum went from 12th to then 2nd behind you, which was quite incredible drive from him. But yeah, so well done to that. And yeah, I mean, it looked like you were
too respectful, but like, when I see that they've made the lunge, as I saw with him there, I think, well, I can't turn in now. He's already sent it from miles back, so I'll just back on the exit. But that was good. It was really good.
So, well, I really hope that you enjoyed your first event with us. We really look forward to seeing you at Brands Hatch. I know it's only 2 weeks away. It's a bit of a short burst. We look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks' time at Brands Hatch. Congratulations on your first victory at Simply Race. Thank you very much. And we're going to go to the podium very short. For now, we'll quickly go back to the studio. Thank you.
Yep, and as the guys get ready for that, we will be getting ready for the podium very shortly. Indeed, just figuring out exactly who is going to be making their way onto the podium, as it seems to be eluding a lot of the drivers. lots of different positions that everyone scored in that round. I can have a guess of which 3 drivers it is going to be, but we will wait for the drivers to make their way up onto the podium, collect their trophies at the end of this first round. Mention Brands Hatch in 2 weeks' time, the next round of the championship. As we are getting ready for the podium right now.
Welcome back to Simply Race. You join us now for the podium results for the day of racing here at Donington Park National Circuit. In 3rd place with 41 points in total was Lewis Manley. So Lewis Manley taking 3rd place today. Well done, Lewis. In 2nd position with 50 points was Jack Ashton. Jack Ashton taking 2nd place today. And our event winner, our previous season's champion. Big round of applause, 54 points for Callum Cripps. Well done to our top 3. I want to thank you all very much for watching at home today. We really hope that you've enjoyed today's racing. It's been very close, very exciting, and some intense battles throughout. That is just a taste of things to come. Till we get to Brandon Indy, that's going to be more of the same. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time.